Well, I think the good news here is that European countries, EU member states, I should say, are acting much more in unity than one might have expected. Even just a couple of years ago, we constantly hear about bickering within the European Union. Well, now that, as you said, the stakes are so high, they are really coming together. Yes, there are a couple of outliers, Hungary and Slovakia, that may spoil the show, as it were, or at least make it more difficult to get on the these joint or united defence plans going. But nevertheless, this is a massive feat for 27 countries that are very different amongst themselves. Then the challenge is you can agree on defence spending all you want, and that is a massive achievement in itself. But the spending is one part, and getting the equipment is another part. And then once you get the equipment, where are the soldiers going to come from? We already have trouble recruiting soldiers within each EU member state.
So how long can actually Ukraine survive without the US? I mean, this is, I guess, the first question. I know the Biden administration took steps in the final weeks to ensure that it had a little bit longer. Can it survive beyond the summer without European help at the same time?
Yeah, so when it comes to Ukraine, we get different estimates, but the Ukrainians themselves, and that's really who matters in this equation, they're saying they can fight on for another few months. And we should remember they have defied expectations before. Vladimir Putin operated on the assumption that it would only last for a few days. But of course, it is a major problem facing them now. But if they can last to the summer, at least then we can get from existing European stocks and existing European assets, financial assets, more support for Ukraine.
Elizabeth, I mean, again, there's so much to unpack. When you hear, Emmanuel Macron talking about a European shield basically supported by France, does it mean that the current NATO shield is breaking down? Do you expect the US to get out of NATO?
It is an extraordinary turn of events to even hear talk about a European nuclear shield or nuclear umbrella. The US presence in NATO has been a guarantee ever since NATO was created, and I think your viewers will remember the likes of Dean Acheson, who then was not just part of forming all these different arrangements after the end of World War II, but called his autobiography Present at the Creation. Now we are seeing the opposite from America, which is why this conversation even has to be had about some sort of combined French-UK nuclear umbrella, or possibly a French nuclear umbrella. It is extraordinary. The French, of course, have always been a little bit hesitant about US role in Europe, but now it turns out that the French role may indeed become indispensable.
I mean, is this, the return of the Franco-German axis?
I don't think it's a return of the Franco-German axis. That ship has sailed, or maybe I should say that tank has rolled within the European Union. There are many countries on the eastern flank that are keen to have a stronger voice, but we are seeing the return of European initiative, the European initiative within NATO, the European pillar within NATO, and frankly, more innovative thinking. So France and Germany were always the engine from an industry perspective, economic perspective, but now innovative thinking, more ambitious thinking from France, Germany, Poland, the UK, by the way, also in a NATO perspective around what can be done.
I mean, the one thing that I feel is very difficult to answer, that we haven't really, gotten to the bottom of, is what exactly is the nature of the relationship between President Trump and President Putin. What does President Trump need from Putin? Why has there been this 180 in relation to Ukraine?
Well, what seems to be the case is that President Trump, unlike his predecessors, doesn't believe in alliances. He believes in major countries, major powers acting amongst themselves, deciding essentially the fate of smaller countries amongst themselves. And of course, that leaves very little room for alliances. The core of US international engagement for many years, ever since World War II, really has been that it has alliances, and those allies are its friends and with whom it shares values. But if you don't care much for shared values and alliances, then why should you bother with small countries? I think the drawback of giving that up is that you don't have that core of friends whenever you need friends.
But are you expecting, relations with Russia to be normalized quite soon?
Well, that seems to be the U.S. intention, and we even heard Marco Rubio talk about opportunities for mutual investment. It's an extraordinary turn of events when, at the moment, we still have Western sanctions in place, Russian assets frozen and possibly needing to be seized, and at the same time hearing the U.S. talk about potential business dealings. Business deals.
Business deals. Thank you so much for joining us, Elizabeth Brother, Atlantic Council Senior Fellow, with a great overview on some of the intricate and difficult questions that we've been trying to answer over the last 10 days. Now, coming up, China outlines plans to boost the economy after setting a bullish growth target despite U.S. tariffs. We'll have the details next, and this is Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Under surveillance with welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All they're looking for is clear rules and the ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transaction.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Shift emanating from Washington.
Now, speaking earlier this hour, China's Commerce Minister said U.S. tariffs will disrupt supply chains, hinder global growth, and if Washington goes further, Beijing will respond in kind. Now, it comes as economic leaders have been outlining fiscal measures as part of the National People's Congress. Well, Bloomberg's chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel joins us now from the NPC's Media Center in Beijing. Stephen, thank you for joining us. So the press conference has just ended. What were your key takeaways? And if Washington goes further, Beijing will respond.
Well, it was a fairly staid affair for the first couple of hours until a direct question came in on China's response to the Trump tariffs. And that's where Wang Wentao, the commerce minister, sort of unleashed some sharpening words against that trade action. Of course, just yesterday or the day before, we saw the second retaliatory steps on some $22 billion worth of U.S. goods on some tariffs. It's on top of $14 billion worth of U.S. Goods a couple of weeks ago, or 3 or 4 weeks ago, in the first 10%. Now it's up to 20% from the United States. So Minister Wang said this type of coercion and extortion won't work on China. China won't be intimidated. If the U.S. continues down this path, China will continue to retaliate in kind. He went on to say the U.S. should start acting like a big country and get along with others. So those were the sharpest words coming from the Commerce Minister. Some of the other people that were up on the stage included the central bank governor, as well as the finance minister, the top planning body head, and the securities regulator, and all kind of towed the similar line that the Chinese economy will have enough stimulus to weather internal domestic economy struggles as well as those external uncertainties. Francine?
Stephen, what are the challenges to China's ambitious growth goals?
And the securities regulator and all well, I think they alluded to it as well. PBOC Governor Pan Gongsheng essentially said, we have the tools in place. We can cut interest rates. We can cut RRR, reserve ratio requirements, when necessary. It's also a sentiment that was echoed by the finance minister. They put on a brave face. We all know that the property sector has dragged down consumer confidence, and the number one priority, as outlined by the Premier Li Qiang yesterday, is boosting domestic demand, and boosting domestic consumption is going to be at the heart of that. Now, the biggest challenge perhaps is the wild card coming from Washington, whether a further tit-for-tat trade war could basically mean China will need more stimulus to prop up its own economy down the road. Most economists that I've spoken to expect China to have given themselves room to add more stimulus, perhaps at the Politburo meeting in April or further down the road, if the external environment deteriorates further. But they do claim that they can have monetary and fiscal levers to pull if the external situation worsens.
Stephen, thank you so much. Bloomberg's chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel. Now let's also bring Yu Ji, a senior research fellow on China and the Asia Pacific program at Chatham House. Thank you so much for joining us. What is the way forward for Chinese growth? Will they be able to hit the 5%, or what are the major setbacks you see going forward?
Nice to see you, Francine. I think 5% of target is really an aspiration for this year, considering the worsening external environment and also compared with last year. So I think 5% is really more of an ambition rather than a target that has to be met. However, having said that, if we observe very carefully on the government report from yesterday, there's been extra public deficit being allowed, growth with 30% more than last year. And also on top of that, you may have noticed that the 3 trillion RMB extra long-term special bond being used for consumption boost. So that is to say, the most difficulties in here within China is to drive the domestic consumption. However, having said that, I think that's most of the economists being focusing on. But there's a quite substantive chapter within this year's government report by saying that what China is trying to do is trying to boosting its innovation capability as a way of driving the economy. So while we have the traditional way of saying by driving the domestic consumption, but I think really what really comes to the priority for Xi Jinping's cabinet for this year is again to double down his drive on self-reliance towards innovation and spending money on it. So it's perhaps, I mean, it depends how they play with the ball, really. On the one hand, they will be interested in consumption, but then on the other, having some innovation capability, that's the key thing.
Usually, can you tell us about inflation? So again, if it's around 2%, how much deflation in this trade war, tariff concern, spectrum do you see going forward?
Yeah, I mean, of course, again, from yesterday's report, I mean, it was inadvertently admit that it's the deflation problem within China. But how the government is going to go ahead to resolve about it, and I think remain quite unclear for now at this stage. I think for now, the government is very keen to send a positive message, but without backing by substantive measures regarding what to do next to resolve the deflation issue and also to drive the consumption question.
Usually, do you understand, or do you have a somewhat of an understanding what kind of relationship President Trump wants with President Xi?
Well, from my understanding, is Donald Trump obviously wants to crafting that sense of personal friendship with President Xi, by both of them being a very strong leader and strong man. But then on the other hand, I think what China really wants is China wants to have a calm and functional coexistence with the United States. So that is not exactly what Donald Trump wants. Instead, Donald Trump would be more interested in making deals, and we don't really know at this stage what deal it will be. But nevertheless, I think they want to somehow develop that sense of romance from to Xi Jinping. But I don't know China whether will be able to reciprocate or not. Coexistence with the United States.
How much do you think Trump's tariffs will push China and President Xi to change the growth models they've been trying to achieve?
I don't think so. I think I have a quite serious doubt in here. Much discussion in the past few years has been revolving around how to drive China's innovation capability, and much of the policy design, and you would probably see this also in the coming up, the 15th five-year plan as well, with a substantive focus and all the financial and national resources being focusing on technology and innovation. So I think even if we're talking about economies facing very strong headwind, but I think nevertheless, the security question, the national security question coming to as the priority for President Xi. That is to say, he will have to make sure the economy could withstand the geopolitical pressure, could withstand the science and tech export control from the United States.
I mean, I know there's also a number of discussions in capitals in Europe on whether they need to pivot a little bit more towards China because they feel abandoned by the U.S. How much will that benefit China?
Well, I think it's too early to judge at this stage for now, because we're kind of unsure how far this support towards Ukraine would last, firstly. And secondly, I think China is also trying to be quite cautious in here and to make sure that, well, by repair is much damaged relationship with Europe on the one hand, but not to irritate Donald Trump, and hence that would actually provoke him to double down the China containment strategy. So I think Beijing, for now, is sit quietly and watch to see how the situation evolves on the European side.
Usually, if there is a change in consumption and we see that going up, is there a specific data point in China that you'd be watching out for?
Well, I would actually go back to the, according to your previous report, I said, what is the writing for the next Politburo readout, to see whether there will be changing in wording, but also in changing substantive policy from both central banks and the Ministry of Finance regarding how to boosting the domestic consumption. Because so far what we have is only to providing limited subsidies for buying consumer goods, but that's just not sufficient at all.
But I mean, China also needs, of course, a very healthy industrial sector. That means producing energy. That means producing, weapons, but also being less reliant on the U.S.
Well, I think Beijing has already begun that process of diversification, really ever from the end of the first term of Donald Trump already. So if you actually look into the trade data, it is no longer the global north, so hence the United States or EU as the top trading partner with China, but instead is actually the ASEAN countries and has been the top trading partner with China. So I think China already began with that diversification process, but how further this will go? I think one challenge for China is, given this very prolific sense of manufacturing products being flooded into global sales market, that would also pose as a challenge for some of the global south countries that also interested in boosting its industrial capability. So how further this China's high-end export growth model could go, and they will have some serious doubt in here.
Usually, thank you so much for joining us, Senior Research Fellow there at Chatham House. Now, coming up, trading halts in French satellite operator Eutelsat, as the company tells Bloomberg that talks with the EU are progressing to replace Elon Musk's Starlink. That, of course, conversation is up next, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Cape Town, South Africa, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is The Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. From the companies you know. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The only daily.
So now we have been together with Starlink there. But it's clear that everybody's asking us today, can you actually replace especially the very large number of terminals that Starlink has across Ukraine? And that's something we're looking very actively at, yes.
That was the Eutelsat chief executive saying talks with the European Union on replacing Elon Musk's Starlink are intensifying as the U.S. pulls back from the commitments to the continent's security. Now, Starlink has been an essential service for the Ukrainian military over the past 3 years. Shares in the French satellite provider Eutelsat have now soared more than 400% this week. Now, Bloomberg also understands that the Italian government is having growing doubts about closing a $1.6 billion deal with Musk's Starlink in light of the U.S. pullback. We understand that the Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, said at a ministers' meeting on Tuesday that the country should look to SpaceX alternatives due to changing geopolitics. And satellite provider Eutelsat have now soared more than bridge between Europe and the U.S. administration, and has a long-standing rapport with Musk. Air France KLM shares soaring this morning, up the most since 2020. The airline says it aims to lift seat capacity by 4 to 5% this year and improve operating profit by at least 300 million euros. You can see that stock price gaining some 20%. Now, don't miss our exclusive interview with the Estée Lauder chief executive, Stéphane de la Favrie. That interview will be Stéphane's first since taking the job in January. That's tomorrow at 9 a.m. London time. There's also full coverage of the ECB decision from 1:15 p.m. London time here on Bloomberg. You can catch Christine Lagarde's news conference at 1:45 p.m. Up next, Bloomberg Brief with Danny Berger and Manus Krajnik in New York. And this is Bloomberg.
suppose I want to buy a computer, but I want to have AI in my computer. I want to be really up to date. Do you have AI in your computers yet?
No, not yet, but it's coming soon. And we think this is going to be one of the largest transformations in the PC industry in decades. What will be possible starting this summer is to run large language models in AI PCs, which means that what today all of us are doing in the cloud, where you use any of the applications that you can, you will be able to do it locally. And what this means, which is why we think this is important, is it will be much better from a cost perspective, because running models in the cloud is expensive. It will be better from a security perspective, because you will be able to use the model with your own data locally without having to upload your data to the cloud, and you will be able to do it anywhere in the world. And also for applications where speed is important, where latency is important, you will be able to do it locally much faster. For example, in gaming, where the game needs any resource the computer have, it will be a much better model. So it's going to be a big change starting this summer.
At the same price, too?
Slightly higher price, but if we look at the increase of price versus the increase of value, not comparable.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning from our global headquarters in New York. I'm Manish Krani alongside Danny Berger. You're welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's start that agenda.
A German bond route goes global. Yields in Japan, Australia, and the U.S. all rise as EU leaders gather for an emergency defense summit. In autos reprieve, President Trump exempts car makers from tariffs on Canada and Mexico for 1 month. All of that ahead of an ECB decision expected to lower rates for the 6th time since June. Good morning, Manis.
Danny, a very good morning. Let's start with the global bond market, right? You are just seeing significant moves in Japan and Germany, and we are being dragged in the wake of that in the United States. The bond market is up at one juncture 44 basis points in the space of 2 days. The worst drop since the 1990s. The JGBs trading at 1.5% for the first time since 2009. And as I say, the growth scare that we saw our yields drop yesterday has been evaporated by this global bond market, right? Vigilantism or bonfire, take your superlative. Roll it down to the stock markets. I mean, we are headline whiplash, really, when it comes to these markets. A lot of the tech sector under pressure this morning. Again, just going back to what Bob Michael said, the risk of tariffs, even though we have carve-outs, are economy killers, and that is probably the overriding risk in this market.
How do you price in tariff risk when it changes day by day? Manis, you're seeing the same thing on an individual stock level basis. Let's just get into some of the things moving pre-market, because Ford is one of these. It rallied more than 5% yesterday. It's now down 1% in the pre-market. That and other car makers, again, they had a large rally with that Trump delay, 1 month delay to auto tariffs.
Chinese retail giant JD.com posted a beat in the fourth quarter. The company benefited significantly from the Chinese government stimulus efforts to spur consumption.
Elsewhere, this also weighing on the tech sector this morning. Marvel Technologies plunging nearly 16% in the pre-market. Revenue fell short of estimates, whereas investors had been hoping for an AI-driven boom in results.
And in just a few moments, Lucy Baldwin of Citigroup, and later this hour, Ludovic Subran of Allianz joins Danny and I. I mean, that is a brutal repricing in those equity markets. And there's a lovely line from George Conclaves over at MUFG. For the first time, we're really questioning the golden goose here in the USA, whether it's fiscal and tariff angst globally.
Well, we're being hit by tariffs, headlines about layoffs and the DOGE efforts, and all of that is happening notably when Europe has switched on the switch to stimulus. It is this repricing because it's an idea of not MAGA anymore, but now you're starting to hear people talk about MEGA, make Europe great again. And look, Bank of America also lays it out this morning, saying that signs of uncertainty, shock hitting the U.S. consumer, and risk assets should be taken seriously. And also the sort of the framing of the tariffs yesterday by the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, on Bloomberg, which was this is more about fentanyl rather than it is about trade. So it's trying to sort of recraft the narrative. But it's live. Tariffs are taking shape on a daily basis. And shares of the automakers, well, they're on the move this morning as President Trump grants an exemption for the automakers from the newly imposed levies on Canada and Mexico. Now, the reprieve will last 1 month. How will they perform in that month? Brendan Murray, who tracks the trade story for Bloomberg, is with us. This was a very public, I think the phrase that you use, Brendan, is this was very publicly played out. But you question the proportion of exemption.
Yeah, so we did see this carve out for the auto industry, but that's still, that 25% tariff still applies to about $600 billion worth of trade between across North America. So, and the auto exemption or exclusion that they're getting, accounts for about 250 billion, according to some of the economists who we're tracking. So there's still we're in day 3 of what is still a very disruptive trade war between the 3 economies of North America. In the meantime, we have China trying to position itself to withstand the added 10% tariff that the Trump administration put on Chinese imports, and trying to stabilize its economy and make sure it can absorb the shock from those tariffs. So yes, there was a reprieve for the auto companies yesterday, but we're still in for a number of disruptive days ahead. Remember, next week we get steel and aluminum tariffs coming into force, so that'll bring in countries in Europe and more countries in Asia. So the trade war is just kind of creeping ever outward to encompass more economies. And we heard Howard Lutnick say, April 2nd is when the reciprocal tariffs kick in. So that's an even a broader round of disruption that we're going to see.
And maybe there's some degree for why we're not seeing a follow-through on car makers, which is, okay, 1 month reprieve, and then what? And Brendan, the kind of gamble that President Trump has made, and he said this publicly, is that the U.S. can withstand these tariffs and other countries can't. But J.P. Morgan putting out a note saying that the tariff tango for the Mexican president, that she's dancing with him, has been a boon for her popularity. Her approval ratings hitting an astounding 85%. Politically, we see Trudeau also standing up for Trump. Is there a degree which these leaders, politically, the gamble to stand up to Trump is actually working for them? It means that they won't back down.
Yeah, it seems to be. We're seeing different tones being taken by the leadership in Canada and Mexico. Trudeau is very much standing up and sounding tough and saying we will fight you in this trade war. Sheinbaum in Mexico is playing it more a bit more measured approach, but she has also said that she's going to announce reciprocal tariffs, retaliation on Sunday. So we could see food items, everyday grocery store products that Americans buy. We could see, those hit in this trade war as well.
Brendan, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Brendan Murray. Over in Europe, EU leaders are meeting in Brussels to discuss how to unlock billions of euros to boost European and Ukrainian security. The summit also comes after President Emmanuel Macron addressed France last night, saying that he'll enter into talks to use the country's nuclear capabilities to defend European allies. Let's go straight to Brussels, where Bloomberg's Oliver Crook joins us now. Oliver, it is a complete rethink in how Europe will be spending. You see the ramifications in this bond market. How is that conversation evolving there?
Yeah, Danny, I mean, this is really a truly seismic shift. You know, I mean, we've been talking about these European leaders, a wake-up call since November. This is the week that Europe got out of bed. And that happened at the EU level, where you have hundreds of billions of dollars that are going to be deployed in various different ways, including sort of direct loans, 150 billion euros. That is what's going to be discussed today. But also easing of fiscal rules across the European Union among member states, so that EU rules, basically, they can debt finance defense unlimitedly without the constraints of the European Union. And I think the most staggering part of all of this, and really where the real sea change is that sort of loosening of fiscal rules, encouraging European nations to take on more debt, has been lobbied by the incoming Chancellor of Germany, the CDU head, Friedrich Merz. That is the true sea change. And though Friedrich Merz will not be in these meetings because he is not yet Chancellor of Germany, he is really the person who has shifted things significantly here in Germany. We think about this on the day of the ECB, where we generally look at the ECB to move the markets. The ECB could not move the German 10-year yield by 10, 20, 30, 40 basis points, which is what we've seen over the last few days. So there's a shift from this sort of focus on monetary policy and the sort of to the politics, and really a sea change, really, truly here in Europe for the very first time, really being precipitated by Donald Trump and his actions really in the last week.
Yeah, profound fiscal response. That's what's expected. Oliver, thank you very much. Oliver Cook, tracking the EU gathering. Let's stay with Europe. The ECB rate decision, as Oliver just said, is coming in 3 hours' time. And we're expecting another cut. Lizzie Burden joins us from Frankfurt. Lizzie, the assumption is 25 basis points. The only conversation is the press conference and what Lagarde has got to say about the fiscal response and whether we are at or near neutral, isn't it?
Exactly, Manus. Do they drop the word restrictive in terms of describing their policy? That the absolute signal of whether there's going to be a cut in April or an end or pause to cuts to come. That fiscal conversation around Merz's whatever it takes pledge, of course, going to dominate this press conference. Is it going to boost growth, this pledge? That is what the markets seem to think is going to happen, hence why you've had the Bund moves, the euro-dollar parity bets being thrown out of the window, the traders paring their bets on ECB cuts this year because they see this adding more to growth than it does to inflation. Goldman saying that it's going to add 2% to German growth next year rather than 0.8%. But of course we need to see what happens where Ollie is in Brussels today. Lagarde likely to be asked, what's the ECB's role in all this? If it isn't making it cheaper to spend all this money, what about if you have these heftier budget deficits threatening debt sustainability, and then maybe you need to bring back the large-scale bond purchases through the transmission protection instrument?
Lizzie, it's not even just the unknowingness of what fiscal policy looks like. It is both the tariff threat from the U.S. and the war in Ukraine that could vastly change the outcome for the European economy. How much of an indicator, how much of a projection can the ECB really give at this point?
Well, you hit the nail on the head, Danny, because the ECB doesn't make policy or projections based on policy that is, well, just a threat at the moment. And that is all the tariffs are at this point. 25% tariffs on autos and all other things. But it is only a threat at this point. We don't know what the EU's retaliation is going to be to those tariffs. Interestingly, if you look at our survey, most analysts don't see tariffs moving the needle much when it comes to GDP or inflation. But we need to think about whether this is in the long term going to outweigh the fiscal threat. I'm sure it's what's going to come up in the press conference with Christine Lagarde. Morgan Stanley's Jens Eisenschmidt says that it's more going to be to do with the energy cost uplift that raises the inflation outlook. But what you could see is a change of language on trade policy, and Donald Trump very much the elephant in the room of this ECB policy decision.
Lizzie, thank you so much. That's Lizzie Burden in Frankfurt. We'll also catch up with you later in the hour as we count down to the ECB decision. Let's first get some other top stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. Bloomberg sources say that Klarna Bank is seeking to raise at least $1 billion in a U.S. IPO as soon as next week. They aim to price the IPO in early April, targeting a more than $15 billion valuation. Deliberations are ongoing. Details of the listing plan, including timing, could still change.
Michael Grimes, a former Morgan Stanley banker, is set to lead a planned sovereign wealth fund to give the U.S. a stake in projects considered critical to national security. The fund would be part of a larger public-private collaborative effort to open up large-scale institutional investment options. Grimes couldn't immediately be reached for comment.
Alibaba has unveiled its latest AI tools. They marked a big leap over the previous version. It used just a fraction of the data that DeepSeek's R1 employs. Alibaba has gained some $135 billion of market value this year. Alibaba has also pledged to invest more than 380 billion yuan on AI infrastructure.
Coming up, we'll bring you the market reads through the tariff exemption and Europe's fiscal plans. All that with Citi's Lucy Baldwin. Join us in just a moment.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules.
require your knees to do what you do. Like your whole thing is endurance athlete.
Right.
And to be an endurance athlete, you got to be able to move your legs.
You got to be able to move them. But what I like about, and this was like literally a trained skill for me, was I'm always preparing for like not being a bitch. Like a lot of people get to a point, like for instance, like if Jennifer can't do something, like if she can't go for a run or whatever, just like because something's wrong, like some simple shit, it's gonna bother her. I got to a point in my life where I realized this is life. And so I move on past things real quick. So people are like, oh my God, what are you gonna do? Simple shit, can't go for a run, for instance, like not being a bitch. Was I'm always preparing for like not being a bitch. Like a lot of people get to a point like a trained skill for me was I'm always preparing for like not being a bitch. Like a lot of people preparing for like not being a bitch. Was I'm always preparing for like not being a bitch. Was I'm always preparing for like not being a bitch. Like a lot of people get to a point like not being a bitch. Was I'm always preparing for like not being a bitch. Was I'm always preparing for like not being a bitch. Like a lot of people get to a point like, for instance, like if Jennifer can't do something, like if she can't go for a run or whatever, just like because something's wrong, like some simple shit, it's gonna bother her. I got to a point in my life where I realized this is life. And so I move on past things real quick. So people are like, oh my God, what are you gonna do, David, if you can't run? Motherfucker, I'll swim. Or I'll go to college, or I'll do something else. This like this isn't my life. So I'm very aware how quick life can take shit from you. And I've always prepared my mind for the next chapter. And what happened with me was I started this thing called front loading. So when I was young, I used to be a little piece of shit. You know, like fucking, oh, I'm not good enough. I can't do this. I can't do that. But the second I got my head out of my ass and I realized, man, you can achieve a lot of shit if you get off your ass and you start moving and you start motivating yourself. You start becoming a self-motivator. So I started front loading. And front loading is people, man, you've done so much by 47 because I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring me. So my military resume is fat. You know, I fucking did a lot in the military. I did a lot outside the military. I've made money. I've done almost every race out there, hard race in the world. I've broken pull-up records. I've done a lot of shit. So when these bad times come, and also not like only that, like work your ass off so you can enjoy. Yeah, you're taking a shot. You know, you may not live to be old, but what if you do? And you worked your ass off when you were able, and you were able to fucking get up early, able to grind. If you front load it properly, the back half of your fucking life is money. And that's what I did. The second I realized that, man, you are a piece of shit, we got to get going. Because at 47, man, you're not going to be able to do any of this shit. 50, whatever you are. So I front loaded. So all these bad things that have happened to me, I sit back and go, man, how are you handling this so well? Motherfucker, I've done it. I front loaded. I have the money I need, I have the success I need, I have the fucking, the determination, the willpower, and also the pride in myself. So when I wake up every morning, I know who the fuck I am. I front loaded perfectly. So I don't care what's taken from me.
But it's got to be a strange position to be in where your body is your medium. The body is the vehicle for you to express yourself.
Right.
And your body's breaking down.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they consider doing knee replacements on you too.
Yep.
And what was that conversation like?
It was very basic, man. It's like, hey, you know, you're not gonna be able to do some of the shit that you've done, even though obviously people are. But that was the conversation. And I know it sounds weird. It was totally fine with me. It was fine because dude, people don't understand. This wasn't like a part-time job. Man, when you've done like Kobe Bryant. When Kobe fucking retired that last game, he like 60 points or some shit, he walked off the court. He didn't fucking cry. He said, oh my God, I'm gonna miss the sport, what the fuck. He walked off. He gave everything he could. Man, when you fucking give what I've given, and motherfuckers like to say, oh, fuck you. You don't fucking know shit, which makes me who I am. I've given everything. People make, oh, you ran on fucked up knees. You taped your feet up. You did blah, blah. You had 2 heart surgeries. You kept on going. Yep. Sure did. I had somewhere to fucking go. And I got there. And, buddy, when motherfuckers tell you you can take a break now, hey, you're fucked up. As long as my knees are halfway worked, I got to run. You telling me, man, maybe a chance I can't run no more? Give me an excuse to fucking not do shit. But as long as I have no excuse, I got to do it. But I was happy where I was. I gave everything. I gave everything to who I am. And that's why people, oh, I don't believe that. Don't believe it. I gave everything. And when you give everything, man, you have no regret. People didn't understand me. People don't understand me now. I don't give a fuck. I know exactly what I was doing. I'm not a masochist. I'm not crazy. I'm not this and that. People try to title me and label me. No, I had something to fucking do.
Well, the way I describe it to people when people ask me, like, why does he do all these things? Like, what is it? What is the motivation here? I go, he's on a mental journey that very few people have ever been on. Because what people don't understand you, they misunderstand you, or they purposely misinterpret the way you're living your life. You're trying to understand your mind in a way that very few human beings ever get to understand their mind, because you're taking your mind into these terrible, dark places all the time, and you're trying to pull things out of that. You're trying to learn things about yourself and about your potential from that.
That's exactly it.
And that's what people don't understand.
I studied the darkness. You find no fucking answers in the light. None. It's too happy. It's too nice. And we don't need to be taught how to live in happiness. That just comes naturally to us. Happy moments, but the dark times, man, you can't get there unless you put yourself there. Life will take you there. But when you get into those dark moments, that's why people, how are you able, man, I couldn't fucking read and write till I was a junior in high school. How are you able to write like this, man? Motherfucker, I go to such places in my mind and I study the darkness. Like, it's not just physical. When I was growing up and I saw my mom getting beat and I got beat and I was some stuttering little black kid in an all-white school and I'm on stage and I got to say one fucking line in front of fucking 15 people and I walk off stage kind of fucking stutter. All those insecurities and all those fucking things, man, I used to go home and fucking cry. I'm like, oh my God, man, I'm fucked up. I'm so fucked up. Hang on, man. As I got older, we got to study this shit, man. The only way we're going to fucking get through this is if we study it. So every time I'm in a dark moment and life's fucked up around me, whether it be physical or just life, I get in it, man, with a fucking pen and paper. I'm like, okay, this fucking sucks. I can feel like I'm fucking losing my shit, but let's fucking study this. Let's come out of this motherfucker a genius. You know, I studied the black matter of the mind. The dark matter, you know, like fucking Stephen Hawking. If that's fucking his name, I said it right. That motherfucker studied the space and shit.
Yeah.
That's where I consider myself, man. You know, I was on a journey, just like you said. I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. And so many people get it wrong. I don't give a fuck, man. You can't, for me, I cannot help people. There's a lot of cookie cutter shit out here in this world. Oh, discipline, wake up early, take a cold shower, fuck this, fuck that, whatever. It's all fucking bullshit. It's not. But what they don't teach you within the cookie cutter is like our minds are like a fucking garage. And the garage, if you open a garage and it's all cluttered up, it's all fucked up, you can't put your car in there. You got fucking boats and you got fucking kids' toys and shit everywhere. But if you organize that fucking garage and you put everything in its rightful spot, you can put that car in there. You can put 2 cars in there. You can put bikes in there. And that's like with the mind. People talk about discipline and fucking determination and fucking, you know, repetitions and all this shit. Consistency. Why people fall off the wagon so often is because their mind is full of shit. There's no room in that mind for discipline. There's no room for consistency. They may do it once or twice, but then the mind takes over and that cluttered fucking garage comes in, and then it's like a circuit breaker, man. The circuit breaker just overloads and it fucking sparks. And our minds, that's our mind, man. It's like a fucking circuit breaker that has so much shit in it, you keep on loading it, you can't put any more into it. So I talk about it in there, man, so much about clearing space in your fucking mind so then you have room for all those discipline, waking up early, taking those, because they do mean something. But we don't get to that fucking dark matter that is keeping you from clearing out that mental garage.
That's a good way to put it, because that is the mind of most people is filled with stuff that they have to move around to get to what they want, and it's constantly piling up, and there's shit unorganized and...
Organized mind, man. You're looking at fucking, I got to take care of the kids schedule's all fucked up, my husband, my wife, you know, I'm going by McDonald's to get this, and I'm rushing my schedule. Everything's just fucked.
I wish I was doing this, but I'm doing that.
That's it.
And that and this, and I want a raise, but I can't get one.
That's it.
My boss is an asshole.
Where's greatness in that, man?
Yeah.
You can't fit discipline into that. You can't fit structure. You can't fit consistency. You can't fit the grind. And then when you try, it just gets fucking overrun by the fucking clutter in your fucked up mental garage.
When you are in these dark places and you're gathering up these lessons, how difficult is it to try to bring that back and convey it to people when you're not in that space? Like when you're in that space, when you're in the Moab 240 and you're going uphill and you're in the middle of it's just deep suck.
Right.
How do you convey where that mental fortitude comes from? How do you bring that back?
Shots, man. Like, you know, you see something on your phone, like, oh man, I'm gonna take a fucking snapshot of that, or how you do the little picture shit so you can save it on your phone. I do that in my mind. So when I get in these moments, I'm like, fucking, okay, wow, that's some fucking good knowledge right there, man. I snapshot it because I know that I can use that later. I can use this because I'm not out there most people, they go out and they run and they go out and they do, and they're like, oh, this is beautiful. Look at the fucking mountains and the shit and all this bullshit. No, I don't like it. My body hurts. I'm hurting. How do we get through this? And it's a lab. It's my mental lab. And so when I come home, I'm not forgetting it. And the second, like every day I get done running, or every day I get through working, or every day I get through studying, whatever it is that brings me to that place of knowledge, I come home and that book was mostly written on a scratch piece of paper in hand. So I come home from running and I write everything out. I write everything out, all those things. And as I'm running, I'm talking about it. So all these things that pop in my head as I continue to run, I'm going through it. I'm starting to layer it down. I'm starting to break it down into, okay, that happened. Okay, now let's layer this. Because that's just not how it happened. It just didn't happen that way. What led up to this? And so it becomes me by myself in school. I'm literally going to school right now and I'm learning. So when I come home, I write it out. And then I'm able to write out and I'm able to think about it and say, okay, oh, this is good shit. This will help me later on. And then it becomes what it is now.
And when you try to convey it to people, what do you when you're writing it out and when you're talking about it, what are you thinking? Are you thinking that this is going to get into someone's mind and this is going to help them motivate themselves? Or are you just trying to express yourself and let them do with it what they can?
I'm them.
You're them.
I'm them. And the fucked up thing about me, why I'm able to do it the way I'm able to do it, I'm not above them. I was never above them. A lot of people write where they are. They write where they are. Oh, yeah, like fucking you right now writing. You have a good life, man. You have a fucking good life. I don't write from that place. I write from the place that I am, the place that created who I am. I go back to that place. I call it going back to scratch. I can't write about David Goggins. Now, David Goggins now is a success. People want to get to feel whatever success is for them. They want to feel that. So I can't write it here at David Goggins successful. I must write at David Goggins fucking, man, I don't feel good about myself. And every day I go through that journey. So that's where it comes from. It comes from scratch. All that shit, all my knowledge comes from going back to where the real growth doesn't happen. When you make it so far in life, you make it so high up, whatever it is, whatever you're trying to be, there's no more growth. There's small growth. But you remember back when you fucking tried to become Joe Rogan you are now, how much growth was in that? Tons of growth. learning, lessons learned. So I always revisit. That's why I'm a fucking wildland firefighter now. Why I'm a fucking smoke jumper. I don't need to do that shit at all. But I don't learn anything from where I'm at now. There's no knowledge up here. The knowledge is down there in the fucking muck. So that's where I write. That's where I go back. That's where I learn. I always go back to school. I always go back to the basics. I always go back to first grade.
And how much of that is tied to doing things physically, though? There's a certain kind of physical struggle that you go through, particularly with what you excel at, which is endurance athlete work. When there's a mental and physical thing that happens when the two of them are together that doesn't happen in anything else. Like, you can do hard work, hard mental work, and it's very difficult, and I'm sure you can learn a lot from that.
Right.
But it doesn't have the physical pain that comes with the suck of endurance work.
Yes. There's nothing in the world that I'm able to get. Let's say that Moab 240 I was in, 62 hours. Fucking sucked. It's just
with blown out knees.
Blown out knees. Literally, a few days before the race, I'm getting drained. Before the race, so that's in your fucking mind, man. Like, it ain't like, oh, I show up to start line, oh, this is fucking great. I'm gonna fucking have a good time out here. No, I'm thinking, all right, I just have my fucking knees drained. Like, I'm in pain at mile 0. And that's in your brain. I have 240 miles of fucking ahead of me. And there's nothing in life. This is why I love endurance sports so much. I love it and I hate it. It's a love-hate relationship. 62 hours, I equate that to fucking 7 years of life. You can't get that, man. So what I know that Ultra does for me is it packs in. It packs in. I can't live several lifetimes. I can't. Because the knowledge I need to gain for this life I live in today, I need 2 or 3 or 4 lifetimes to be where I want to go. Ultra gives it to me in fucking high definition real fast. 62 hours, you go out there fucking suffer, you come back, oh, that was 62 hours, I gained 7 fucking years of knowledge. The ups and downs, the pain, the suffering, you learn how to chunk this shit down. Like, oh my God, man, I'm at mile 100. How the fuck am I gonna get to mile 118? Everything becomes, you start to learn life out there. And you learn so much in such a condensed period of time, and nothing in the world can do it like pushing yourself to the absolute limit. I call it like, so people have talent. People have a lot of talent. And this is going beyond your talent. So when there's no more talent, what happens to you? Most people quit. People only go to their talent level. And once their talent level is gone, it becomes a mental game. The whole mental game sets in then. And most people can only perform to their talent. And they realize, man, why am I always messing up right here? Why is this like my big hurdle? It's because you're performing to your talent. And then after that, your mind has nothing for you. Nothing for you. I see fighters, I see runners, I see people who they're great, but they get to the edge of their talent. It's like, fuck, man, what's up? Because you're now at the point now where your talent ain't gonna do shit for you, my friend. Now it's the mental game. And that's where people get lost in life, get lost in that next level. And that next level is found for me in the things that I do. I'm just misunderstood.
That's a giant problem with fighters.
Yep.
There's many fighters that
it's a talent problem.
Elite level in the gym. But when they get tired, and when they get pushed, and when they get into that, when the world starts narrowing and the walls start closing in and they can't see peripherally anymore, and they're exhausted and they start making mistakes. So all of their understanding of what to do next gets clouded because they're thinking about quitting. They're thinking about being exhausted. When am I going to get a break? How much do I have left in the tank? Can I even push forward here? Or will I gas out and risk getting stopped?
And that is exactly what you said. goes on into the human mind.
Yeah.
When you have a talent problem.
Yeah.
It's exactly what goes on in your mind. So how are you going to fucking defeat that, bro? You're sitting there getting beat the fuck down by a motherfucker that's on you. Fucking just throwing you down, take down, hitting the face. And all that's going through your mind is what you just fucking said. There's no positivity in that. But when you train the mind the way I train mine, fucking ready, man. Fucking ready, because first of all, I didn't have much talent. So I had to train one fucking thing. You better train your fucking mind, because my talent's gonna run out way early. When shit got hard for me back in the day, bro, I'm done. I'm out. See ya. Okay. I got to invent a motherfucker that can. So I invented Goggins. I invented a motherfucker that realized we're not good enough. But Goggins realizes we're mentally strong as fuck. And we're going to outstrength these motherfuckers in the mind.
There's a big, there's an understanding in fighting that sometimes talent is a curse. Because some people are very talented and they just don't work as hard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Khabib Nurmagomedov talks about that.
Right.
And he's one of the greatest mixed martial arts fighters of all time.
For sure.
One of the rare guys to retire undefeated. But he's like, talented guys don't work hard enough.
No.
He's like, talented guys, the problem with talented guys is they can get by early. They're like faster than people. Maybe they just have a better understanding or better coordination. Some people just, you know, we're not even. Like, people are not even in their abilities when it comes to sports. Some people are just very gifted.
Yes.
But gifted fighters in particular, there's something about it where a lot of them never realize their full potential.
No.
Because they don't develop that mental game that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to.
No.
Because they could piece people up on the outside. They win fights easy. They stop a bunch of people in the first round. They look like a hero. But then when someone comes along that can survive that first round and then start dragging them into hell.
That's right. Oh.
Then you see.
And that's what you said. When you drag a motherfucker into hell who's a demon.
Yeah.
You're in for a long race. And they're hard. People with a talent problem who are so talented, they're hard to train. They're hard to push. If you're their coach and you're trying to get them to see that we got to get you past this talent problem, we got to get you to the point where you're into that mental zone. Because we got to get you way past your talent. And it's hard for coaches to take these fighters or whoever past their talent. And on the other side of that is where they gain true levels. The levels beyond talent, that's where it really is. Because if you're able to take a motherfucker down to the deep end, while motherfucker's just putting his toe in, feeling the water and shit, if the motherfucker's in the deep end, he's able to take you down there and he's mentally strong, it's over. It's over, man. Because they live in the deep end. They live in it, man. They thrive in it.
It's almost like you have to have the ability to go to the deep end no matter whether or not you'll ever go there.
Right. Yes.
And some people are like, well, I'm never going to go to the deep end.
Mm-hmm.
But you should be able to.
Yes. 100%. You have to be trained to do it. You have to be trained for it. For when that time comes, you're like, okay, I'm deep in qualified.
Yeah.
I am deep in fucking qualified. I got my fucking deep in certification.
But you know what's interesting about this book is you talk about how there was moments, even though you're clearly deep end qualified, clearly deep end certified.
Yes, sir.
You took some time and you hadn't been a deep end for a while and you're like, I'm kind of a part-time savage now.
That's right.
This is kind of bullshit. And you're recognizing it in yourself. Even though you know your ability, you know your history, you know what you've been capable of doing in the past, you're like, but I haven't been there.
Nope.
I haven't been there in a while. And you had to go back.
What's funny about that part-time savage thing in there, man, where I fucking totally dogged myself, because it's the truth. All this became nice. Waking up, motherfucker.
Success.
Bacon and eggs, motherfucker. fuck protein shake, early morning shit. And I stopped having those hard conversations with myself. Boy, my whole life. That's why motherfuckers hate my ass, boy. Because I'm hard on me. If I'm hard on me, I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about what you think. I don't give a fuck what you think about me, nothing else. Hard on myself, bro. Every morning I woke up, all right, motherfucker. I call it my morning meeting. My morning meeting. We all have these fucking meetings all fucking day long. You know, we go to work. We're working for somebody else. They want a meeting because they want to be successful. So we all sit our ass down, try to make them better, try to make them more money, try to make them more powerful. We don't do that for ourselves. So every morning I wake up, I used to. I had to get back into it again because in that chapter, you see, I became a little bitch. That morning meeting, I wake up, okay, Goggins, what did you do fucked up yesterday? Where were you at? And I just go through and I analyze my life. And then I went through a period of time there, man, where I stopped having those conversations. You know how you, let's say you and your wife go out, and let's say, I don't know, I'm just making up a story here. You and your wife go out and you see your cousin, and your cousin's fat as fuck. I don't know if they are or not. Hopefully not. If they are, apologize. Maybe. So they go out and you see your cousin, she's fat as fuck, he's fat as fuck, whoever. And you guys get back in the car and you guys, man, you see motherfucking Mary Jo? How fat she was? That's what we do. We go back in the hard conversation that you should be having with Mary Jo. Hey, Mary Jo, you fucking gained some weight, huh, sister? Fucking kind of big. That's what I do to myself. A lot of people that we see all day long, we see them. We don't have that hard conversation with them. We walk around. I'd rather you fucking hate me and get better than like me and stay the same. And that's how I feel about David Goggins. Motherfucker, I'd rather me hate, oh, I hate you, David, man. I hate you, David. But I get better from it. I get better from it. And that's why when people see me and I know you, you're in my little foxhole. If you're in my foxhole and you become a piece of shit, hey, come here, brother. Let me talk to you real quick, brother. People don't like that shit, man. But I'm not going to allow you to go to a place that's going to be hard to get out of. It's going to be hard. If I allow you to gain 5 more pounds, or allow you to take 4 more days off of school, or allow you to keep on procrastinating in your fucking life, and I see it, and I tell Jennifer behind your back, I'm doing you no fucking justice. Right. Zero justice. So where this world is now, you can't say a motherfucking thing. I do. I still do, and I always will. Don't like me. Don't like me. I'm good with that.
That's exactly what's going on with, like, fat models.
That's it. I'm
People
proud.
are like, you're beautiful no matter what. But that's not true.
And the thing about it is, I have no problem if you want to be fat. I have no problem with anybody. If you want to be whatever the fuck you want to be. But make sure you fucking, if you're fat, motherfucker, go be fat. Go be real fucking fat.
But let's be real. Nobody wants to be fat.
Nobody does. That's why I said it, man. Nobody does.
It's not true. They will pretend. I'm fine with it. But if I could give you a button that you could push and boink.
Be skinny.
All of a sudden you'd have this incredible body.
Yep.
Everybody would push that button.
But what happens is, man, we get in this world where it gets hard.
Yeah.
And so the harder it is, the more you start to push back. And the more you push back, and then it's not right for people to talk about. It's not right for, like, let's say you are fat. I was fat. That's why I talk about it. Go ahead and say something, motherfucker. I was fat too. And it was hard as fuck every fucking day to get up. I know what it feels like. When you roll your fat ass out of bed and all you want is some fucking damn cinnamon buns and shit and fucking chocolate milkshakes. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. But I can't want it more than you. And so many people just want it the easy way. I'm sorry, man. It's not. So what they start to do is they build this narrative of it's okay. When the narrative should be, you need to fucking work harder. You need to fucking discipline your mind better. We need to help people more than just saying it's okay. It's okay that you're not fucking willing to fucking help yourself out. That's not okay. It's not okay. It's not acceptable. Even though it's your life, if that's acceptable, that's unacceptable. And there's a lot of people in this world, me included, that if I accepted that, I wouldn't be anywhere. So yeah, a lot of people just fucking, they start creating a narrative about themselves that make it okay. The ultimate get out of jail free card. And now the world is set up to have so many get out of jail free cards. Everything is okay. And you can't say a motherfucking thing about it.
This is what, it's interesting though, is that when you're talking about how you had to come to this realization that you'd become a part-time savage,
yep.
This was recently.
Yeah, that's, you're looking at 2018?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2018.
Not that long ago.
No, fuck no.
Yeah, so even though you've been through all those things and you have all this information in your head, it's like there's no rest.
No.
You never get a chance. Mm-hmm. And if you do take a little time and start enjoying it, all of a sudden that general in the back of your head is like, hey, look what you're doing.
Exactly.
You're being a little bitch. And so in your mind, you had gotten soft.
Oh, 100%. And my softness was still 2-a-days. So if you look in there,
2-a-days was you being soft.
My part-time savage was me running like 50 miles a week. Me fucking not, because what I used to do and what I do now is I got to a point, I'd be running. I was like, okay, man, we could do 10 miles today. I get to 10 miles, like, oh no, motherfucker. That fucking demon that I let out every fucking morning that walks the streets at night, he comes and say, hey, no, bitch, not today, man. There's somebody out there that you don't know, have never fucking met in your entire life that is doing 12, 13, 14. You're going to do another one. And when you meet him, you ain't going to be fucking ready. So Goggins kept on running.
So you talk about that, and you talk about how Cam came to visit you in Vegas and gave you a spot check.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm always ready for a motherfucker like Cam. So out of nowhere, dude, this guy calls me, literally. And this is one thing about life. This is why you always must be ready. Always be ready. Never get ready. People go, oh, hey, what are you training for, David? I ain't training for shit. When something pops up, I'll be fucking ready. So when Cam popped the fuck up and Cam calls, hey, man, I'm going to be in Las Vegas. You want to go for a run? Sure do. Sure do, brother. Sure do. While the run sucked, I was ready.
Well, you guys were doing like 6-minute miles for like 26 miles.
It was brutal. It was 20 miles, and Jennifer was with us. And so Jennifer can run her fucking ass off. She's fast as shit. So we went out, but she's not a 6-minute mile runner. So we went out for the first 10, and Jennifer was with us. She was with us for the first 7. She turned around. I think she did like 15 miles. So me and Cam went out after we left Jennifer. She went back for another 3 to go out and get 10 and come back 10. But my whole idea was, I know the course, bitch. I'm about to drop your fucking ass, motherfucker. So we go out because going out is a little bit, I think it was a little bit uphill. No, a little bit downhill. So a little bit downhill. So we turn on a 10-mile mark, come back. And I could tell Cam was hurting, boy. But Cam's a prideful motherfucker, dude. Prideful motherfucker. Love that dude. So we get to about mile 16, 17. And I could tell now, he kind of comes off my shoulder slightly. And I'm like, oh, chink in the armor. I feel it. You always kind of looking at, out of your peripheral vision. But I'm like, this is a prideful motherfucker, man. And we keep on going, man, holding 6s. We get to about mile 18, I look, Cam's right back on the shoulder. And I just smiled. I said, you are exactly who the fuck I thought you were, motherfucker. And so we went out, tested each other, man. Good day, went to the gym, worked out hard. Went and got some steak.
Same day.
We fucking worked it out, dude. Whenever me and him are together, you can guarantee it's going to be 2 people that love each other, but are waiting for the other motherfucker to break. 100%, dude. It's like this thing in the back of her head. Okay, maybe this will break him. So we haven't broken each other yet, but I'm sure the day will come.
So you run 20 miles and then you lift weights.
But see, lifting weights, people don't get it, man. It's not like lifting weights. It's like, we go and do like so many reps. Like people go, oh, you're only doing, it was like 90-some pounds on the incline. Motherfucker, do 5 sets of 25 with a superset of push-ups, superset of curls, superset of pull-ups, superset of triceps, superset of, what the fuck else was it? I forget what it was. It's a superset, man. So we're going through lifting lightweight, but for massive, massive amounts of reps. And so you're like totally swollen. And like, it's just some of the best workouts in the world between me and him. Some of the best workouts in the world, man.
And then you had steak.
And then we had steak. That's right. And then I treat Cam to a steak.
Right, and that's a mental aid station.
Mental aid station, baby.
I think one of the most important parts about the way you express yourself in your books is that you do talk about your weaknesses. Mm-hmm. And you do talk about your past and how you started off on this journey, and you talk about how there are those moments that you doubt.
Oh, yeah.
But you still go.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes, like, I call it, you got called an audible. The line of scrimmage, man, like some of the great quarterbacks, they'll be at the line of scrimmage and they'll look at the defense. The defense is, oh, fuck. Defense is shifting. Did he call an audible? In my mind, a lot of times, man, I'm like, it doesn't mean I quit. I don't quit. You know, I may not make it the first time, but I'll come back. I gotta call an audible. I gotta fucking get my head back in the game. I gotta figure this shit out. It doesn't mean you leave. It means you study it more. It means you study it more. And whenever I fail at something, people always say, man, how do you handle failure, man? I fail a lot, dude. I fail all the fucking time. They go, how do you handle it? What I'm trying to do, and this isn't being arrogant, man. It's being real. Not many people are trying to do. So there's not many people who can even open their fucking mouth and criticize me when I do fail. Because I'm trying to do shit, man, that many people aren't trying to do. But I don't look at failure as failure. I look at failure as your first, second, third, fourth, fifth attempt. I look at them as attempts. I don't look at anything as failure. Because when you're willing to try to do something, not trying is failure. That's not some after school special shit. But when you're able to go out there, there is no failure. It's attempts. Because when you're trying to do something that's bigger than you, whatever you are, whoever you are, if you're paralyzed, you're trying to walk one step and you didn't fail, motherfucker. That was your first attempt. If that's your biggest thing, that's how your mindset needs to go into everything. So I don't look at it as failure is a big word like that gets people down and shit. We give so much power to words. I don't. I take the power right away. I didn't fail shit.
Do you ever have conversations with Cam about mindset?
We really don't go there too much at all about mindset. Like whenever we get together, it's really about breaking the motherfuckers down. Like it's like.
But wouldn't you be interested though in how he approached? Because I don't know if everybody shares your approach. I know there's not very many people like you.
Right.
Cam is one of them.
Right.
So like, how many of them are like you, and how many of them have that sort of similar approach, and how many of them are willing to discuss their own demons? Because a lot of people that are like super endurance athletes or very hard people, they don't ever want to even discuss the weakness. They don't want to shine any light on it.
No, people hate that.
Yeah.
People hate it, man. And I love it. And the reason why people hate it, to me, this is just my own theory, is because you haven't beat it. That's why. People go, man, why are you so open and vulnerable? I'll tell you everything I lied about, everything I fucked up with, I'll tell you everything. I'm an open fucking book. I don't give a fuck. The only reason why I don't give a fuck anymore is because I overcame it and I beat it. So now I'm willing to talk about it. Why most people aren't willing to go to that darkness and that vulnerability is because they're still dealing with it. When people who have overcome it, they're open fucking book, bro. Because they're proud. They're fucking proud. That's why I speak, man, why are you always yelling? Guys, fuck you. That's how I talk, bitch. Because I'm proud, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm a proud motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
And it's not proud like, look at me. It's like, motherfucker, I know where I fucking came from, bitch. I shouldn't be here right now talking to you. Shouldn't be talking to you, motherfucker. I shouldn't be here. I used to be a fat, sloppy motherfucker. I'm proud. So I'm able to tell you, I was fucked up. Many people can't.
Because you know that's a common thing that people say when I interview them after fights. Like, I'm not supposed to be here. This is not supposed to happen to me. There's a common thing when I've had conversations with people and they've won a big fight. They've had this big event.
Right.
They say I wasn't supposed to be here.
Right.
Statistically. Like, Chris Gutierrez just said that last UFC fight when I interviewed him. It's like, I'm not supposed to be here.
Right. Probably because they come from a bad place.
Exactly.
You know, and when you're in the bad, especially when you're young, we develop self-esteem, by the age of 7. If you're not good by the age of 7 or 8 years old, you have a good chance of being fucked the rest of your life.
Yeah.
So if your parents or you came up wrong, and then 7 or 8, if you don't have the self-esteem, but you fucking grind, you're like, I want to be better. When you get to that UFC championship, or you get to where I got, or where I am, it's almost like you can't believe the journey. Like I talk about in that fucking VFW, and I'm in the first chapter of that book, man. I'm sitting in that audience with all those fucking people, and I'm about to get the Americanism Award, and I was grinding so hard, I never took time to reflect on my life, and this was like time to reflect, and I was all kind of fucked up. Man, I got on stage, man, just fucking cried for like 59 seconds, and it was such an emotional moment for me that I fucking did what I did. And I overcame it. And it was alone, man. A lot of people have fucking like teammates and fucking like, family pushed. My mom was struggling, bro. She was struggling. So it was like me and my mom. And so it was a lot of just me. So when you're waking up every morning by yourself and you're fucking getting after it by yourself, and it's the hidden work. People see a 1 minute video of me running and shit, and like these fighters, they see during the fight or after the fight. They don't see these motherfuckers, man, what they deal with every fucking day. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be here. Because every day, even though they're fucking the best in the world, that little motherfucker at 7 or 8 years old is still in there saying, "Oh man, we don't have something. Man, we're not good enough. We shouldn't be here." So you're always fighting that motherfucker. Even though you beat it, you never truly beat it. So when they get on stage and they're talking to Joe Rogan, it's not even real. It's not even real. All those mornings that you didn't want to fucking get up, and I look at it as like a rock, and you find this fucking rock, and that rock is you. And every day you fucking fight not wanting to get up, and you do anyway. You chip another piece off that fucking rock, and every day you fucking eat the right foods, and every day you go to train, you train harder and harder and harder and harder, and you get up earlier, and all these things you do to start forming yourself. You're chipping another fucking piece of that rock off. Before you know it, you have this beautiful fucking piece of artwork that you built. But people don't, and then once you get there, you see it, and it becomes real. Like, oh my God, I fucking did this shit. And so like the fucking journey becomes so real then. But so many people aren't willing to fucking chip away at that stone that is them to start chipping off those fucking rough edges.
That's the fear. The fear is never reaching your potential.
That's it.
That always falling short, always quitting before you're done, always procrastinating, always not doing the right thing. And then one day you're an old man.
Yep.
And you look back and go, God, I could have been great.
Yep.
I could have been great.
I never forget one time I was running by a graveyard when I was fucking just trying to become, I was fat. And I ran by a graveyard and I looked out there and I have all these epiphanies, man. I have all these fucking moments of it's crazy, man, of just thought. Cause I'm always by myself. I'm always in deep fucking thought about how to be better. And I look out there, I'm like, man, I wonder how many of you motherfuckers in there fucking just are so upset with how you lived your life and fucking just regret how you lived it. And I'm running a 300-pound man thinking, man, don't fucking die like this, bro. Don't die like this. So people wonder where this shit comes from me. It comes from such deep thought of trying to see what this is all about. What is this life all about? What am I all about? Why am I here? I had to find purpose. And my suffering, it had a purpose. It had a fucking purpose.
Do you talk to other people that are like you and try to understand if they're going through the same thing? Are they trying to gather knowledge as well? Are they just doing it because they're addicted to runner's high? Are they doing it because they enjoy the challenge? Like, how many people do you talk to that are like you?
I've never talked to anyone that, and most people don't even believe what I say half the time, that I do it to fucking gain knowledge and all that shit. I haven't met one that goes out there. People really enjoy a lot of the shit that they do. I don't know many people who can go out and run 240 miles at one time if you don't enjoy it. If you just don't really enjoy it. So, I had many people build confidence in different ways, and they build belief in different ways. Coming from where I came from, I didn't have any belief in myself. So some people can go read a book and get belief. Some people can go take a yoga class, have good parents. I had to put myself, so where I came from was so far down underneath like soil that I had to build belief by truly ingraining it in my brain. So the things I do, I'm always every day building belief. And my belief had to be where it is because I was so far down. So it may take a 200-mile run for me. It may take a 100-mile run. It may take late nights in the gym. But without belief, you have nothing. And I realized that when I was a young kid, I have no belief. I have to build it. And a 5-mile run didn't do it. I had to push myself to such extremes because I came from, people judge me by not knowing where I came from. So unless you're me and you came from where I came from, I guarantee you wouldn't have made it out. Guarantee it. And I knew that. So my belief comes from going, I had to build it. And that's how I build it, man. I build it by the things I do.
It's so painful reading about your childhood and the experiences with your father. And then when you went back and met your father as an adult and got with him and watched him get drunk and then watch him get belligerent and experience it all over again. And then think about what happened to him to make him who he is.
Yeah, that fucked me up, dude. But I had to go, like, I realized I was fucked. I realized I was just a sorry motherfucker. You know, I quit pararescue. I was afraid of the water. Every time shit got hard, like I said, I didn't have talent. You know, I fucking didn't have shit. And whenever shit got hard for me, I thought I was on my way out, and I got sucked back in. I become a loser again real quick. And I see them all the time. There's a lot of fucking losers out here that won't face it. I was like, oh, man, you got to go back and visit this motherfucker. I haven't seen my dad in fucking years, man. Years. But I knew where I came from. I knew where my mindset came from. I knew where my demons were. So my whole idea when I went back to see my dad was I was hoping that I could just fucking call myself a loser. It's because of you, Dad. So I was hoping to go back and get the confirmation that I always wanted. That wasn't my fault. That voice in my head was so loud. It's not your fault, David. It's not your fault you can't read and write. It's not your fault that people call you fucking nigger. It's not your fault. It's not your fault this, not your fault that. It's not your fault that you're fat. It's not your fault that that you quit shit. It's not your fault. So I was like, okay, man, I'm gonna go back, visit this motherfucker so I can just squash it and I can just go on and be a fucking loser because you fucked me up. And when I got there, I drove to Buffalo, saw my dad. Same routine as it was when I was 8 years old, man. Walked in, what's up? Went to Skateland. I sat in that fucking couch that he would cheat on my mom with. And I sat on that couch in the corner, and I was like, God, what the fuck, man? And it was a whole normal day. And the more I was around him, he started getting drunk. And I won't go through the whole thing, but I started seeing, man, I started having I always had these conversations with myself. I'm like, man, this motherfucker, he came from hell. His dad would put him in front of a furnace. And like, if he moved, he'd get burnt. So when my dad got beat, his dad would put him in front of a furnace. And if he would have moved, he'd fucking get burnt up. So my dad had to sit there and take it. So he never dealt with his fucking demons. So his demons became mine. His demons became mine. And motherfuckers think you die and the demon goes with you, man. Don't be a fucking fool, bro. You know, like, that's why I'm proud of myself. I took his demons and mine. And people are always looking for some great fucking apology. You know, oh my God, like, you know, my dad needs to say sorry, or people who fucking called you out your name, or nobody gonna come back and say sorry to you, motherfucker. Ain't nobody saying shit to you. You better fucking man the fuck up. So I looked at him. He didn't face his demons, but I'm gonna face mine. So on that drive back home, that's what I started doing.
You know what's one of the most fucked up things that I've learned over time is that almost all like truly exceptional and mentally strong people have been through hell. It's very few that put themselves through hell when life is great. It's just not usually the case.
Right.
And to achieve the standards that you've achieved, to become the person that you are today, and to have the influence that you have, this global influence on people. Do you know how many people have laced up their shoes because they heard your voice? How many people have just moved into action and changed their life because they've heard you talk or seen you talk? There's a thing that happened, and it happened out of hell. And I don't think it ever happens without that. It's like you had to go through that in order to empower all these other people, in order to become who you are, and that as an example, and then your words as an example, and your describing of it, and then your description of your own shortcomings and failures that give people confidence that it's not like you're this superhuman person that is like a character in a book.
Right.
No, you're a real human being who has real insecurities and real failures in your past and real demons. And you figured out a way to harness that energy and just keep going forward.
Yep.
And not quit.
That's it. I mean, there are no timeouts. You know, people there's a part in the book that I talk about, a prisoner mind, and that's about my mother. And you know, she just I will never listen to that part again in that book.
That was hard.
Just so you know, man, like I will never again listen to that shit.
Your mother's very, very, very brave.
Oh,
to be able to talk like that. To be able to talk like that to the world, and to just, she lost her life. She lost this giant chunk of her life with this abusive man. And to hear her talking about him hitting her and what it was like, and the fact that she never came from a family that hit her, she had never been hit before.
Never.
And to have her express it the way she did, so honestly and openly, it's very powerful.
And the whole time she's talking, man, she's on the cusp of like losing it. Like I'm in the other room, so I'm interviewing her, and I'm hearing this shit. So I knew a lot about it. Obviously, I lived it, and that's what fucked me up the most, man. When you see, like I said, I wasn't a smart kid growing up, but whatever the fuck made me, I'm so fucking, my mind is sharp, man. Like it's crazy. Like I was so aware of so much shit. I was so bright in that way. And to see your mom go through that shit as that young kid, and like I was going through it and she was going through it right beside me. Like when I got my ass beat, she got her ass beat. It's fucked up, man. Like you just can't, people like to judge who you are, man. Why you cuss so much, man? My life wasn't fucking PG, motherfucker. Like, you can't just turn who the fuck you are off. When you see your mom going through that kind of shit, and then I'm coming to her defense at 7 or 8 years old when she's getting her fucking ass beat by a 220-pound man, and I'm fucking some little kid. You know what kind of courage it takes to muster that up to go help her out and to see her fucked up like that? And the time she would cry and be bruised up and shit. It was a fucking nightmare. And then to hear her talk about it, like the part where my dad says, I brought this belt from Texas. This belt came all the way from Texas to whip your ass with. And it was like, what the, where am I at right now? Because I knew no other households were fucking living like this, man. And I knew it. And I knew it. And then she was shut off. She was shut off from the world. And when I wrote Can't Hurt Me, she refused. She said, fuck, don't put my shit in there. She was so embarrassed. Like I put in there, man, she fucking married a fucking prisoner. So my mom was so fucked up. She was so fucked up by this shit. And people go, man, you're a mama's boy. Motherfucker, I ain't no mama's boy, man. See your mom go through this shit. You can make sure she's taken care of. So she came out, and one of the people that, she got married a few times because she was looking for something that my dad stripped from her. And she was out. She was gone for years. She's just not coming back. She's 70, she's 75. But in that book I talk about, man, she's like, don't put that, and Can't Hurt Me. But now she's getting better, and she's allowing me more to talk more about my life, which was also some of her life.
The part about marrying a prisoner is so crazy.
Dude, it was a fucking, but
not just a prisoner, but a prisoner who killed a woman.
Dude, so it was so fucked up. It's hard for me to even talk about because it's almost like I had a front row seat at a horror show. So when my mom left my dad, she went to Wilmouth and he got murdered. I talk about that in Can't Hurt Me. He got murdered. So that took her all the way over the edge. I mean, he got shot fucking 6 times. And the last shot, this motherfucker got right up on his head and made sure he was dead. Like forehead shot. And so she didn't cry. She didn't cry. She's lost. It was over. She, a whole nother person became. And so I'm fucking now like 12, 13, 14, whatever the fuck I was. I'm watching this woman every day. Front row seat, just watching her, just go through life, fucked up. And then I'm about to go in the military, into the Air Force. And like 2 years out, man, I'm like a sophomore in high school. Phone's ringing every night. She'd tell me, don't get on the phone, don't get on the phone, don't get on the phone. 15-minute calls, hang up. 15-minute call, hang up. 15-minute call, hang up. What the fuck is going on? But see, the way I was growing, like the way I was raised, you don't ask your mom what's going on. It ain't like now, like conversations and shit with the parents. You shut the fuck up. And I didn't ask shit, but I knew something was fucked because like 3-4 hours a night, 15-minute hang up because he was in prison. This guy was in prison, so he only had 15 minutes on the phone. He had to put more money in it.
How did she meet him?
She started working. So she was always about helping people out. But the thing about it was, like, I was right in front of her and needed so much fucking help. And it was fucked up for me for a long time, but she helped out so many people. But I guess since I was with her through the journey, I didn't count. But it's all good, man. It's what life's about. You got to understand what your mom went through so that I can be good with it. You know, like I saw that. So I had to man up a lot more than what. So she saw people needed help. So she started teaching in the prison. So she had a full-time job at DePaul University in Greencastle, Indiana. And then she started teaching in a prison. And she met this prisoner. This prisoner obviously, I don't know, slid her a note or some bullshit like that. And, you know, she was looking for anything. She was looking for anybody that loved her because my dad beat the fucking life out of her. And my dad, so my dad wouldn't marry my mom, but ended up marrying a woman that was tied to like, I'm not even gonna go there, man. I'm not trying to get fucking sued and shit right now, man. But he married somebody that was fucked up. It's fucked up. So anyway, she met him in prison. And the phone was ringing every night. She didn't tell me about it. Cause how you could tell your son, "Hey, David, I'm in love with the prisoner." So before I go,
who murdered a woman?
Oh no, I'm about to get to that, brother. Yeah. So I'm fucking now about a week out or whatever the fucking was from leaving for boot camp, and she lets me know what's up. And so I'm about to leave for boot camp, and I'm so protective of my mom, and she lays this on me. Yeah, sit down. Let's have a talk. And she never does this shit, man. She's like, there was nothing ever hidden from me. That's why I grew up so fast. Like that abusive life and what she was going through, it was front and center. Her being broke, everything. This was the only secret she kept from me. She was, those phone calls, you know, I've been seeing someone in prison. All right, cool, whatever. I'm thinking, what the fuck is this, man? So, you know, I didn't want to ask, how the fuck did you get to prison? So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, man, I got to fucking ask this fucking question. How the fuck, you know, what happened? You know, she's like, well, does one of those things, you know, because she knows it's fucking bad. Well, he was into drugs and stuff like that. I'm thinking, okay, maybe drug dealer, something like that. He was into drugs, that's for sure. But he literally, I don't know how it went down, but he choked a woman to death over some drugs. And I don't know the ins and outs of all this other shit. And that's who she was going to fucking be with. And he was getting out of prison literally in a few weeks after I was going to Air Force boot camp. So I'm in fucking Air Force boot camp thinking about my mom's about to fucking marry a fucking dude who got sent to prison.
Marry him right away, too.
Right away. So the first time I meet this motherfucker, dude, is at my fucking Air Force graduation. Oh, Jesus. My fucking Air Force graduation. And she was like, you ain't putting that shit in Can't Hurt Me. She was embarrassed about it. And then she saw how I went totally like fucking vulnerable. And she was like, fuck it. Go ahead. So there's so much more to it, but he ended up, I think it was last year or maybe this year, he OD'd. So my mom divorced him, obviously, after it didn't work out. And she was telling me a story one time. We were talking about this book. She started opening more up about the relationship with this prisoner. And she said one night they got into a fight, you know, not physical. You know, he never hit her like my dad did so many times. But he said one night she was sleeping and had her back to him. And all she thought about all fucking night was, because she started slowly realizing, like, I'm fucked up. Like, I just married a fucking guy from prison that killed somebody. And she started realizing it more and more, but she's laying in bed and she was like, is this motherfucker gonna fucking kill me tonight?
Ugh.
And she started telling me these fucking stories, man. And I'm like, and I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, it was tough. It was a tough way to grow up, man. It was a tough way to grow up. So, yeah, he ended up. So they got divorced. I think it worked maybe 2 years, where the fuck it was, whatever. It doesn't matter. And then I think he OD'd last year. He OD'd last year, killed himself. I don't know if he killed himself. He's OD'd. So.
The idea of you going off to boot camp, knowing that your mom's going to be alone with this guy getting out of prison.
Yeah.
That shit must have been haunting.
It fucked me up every night.
Oh my God.
Every night I'm sitting in my bunk thinking, and then when I knew the date he was getting out of prison. And like, you know, you can't just get on the phone and call, hey mom, what's going on? You know, no, you're in boot camp. You get like, every now and then they say, okay, you have like a phone call once a week or some shit. I think like every Sunday was a phone call. And I'll never forget when he got to the house, man, I was fucking not right. So I got recycled. So a week in boot camp. So like I don't know, I fucking did something in boot camp and fucking got recycled. I was sneaking in Snickers bars. I was just all kind of belligerent and shit. I was just out of it. I was sneaking out and I was just fucking not right. I wasn't right. And so then it was fucked up. It's fucked up.
What was it like when you met him?
I try to be supportive because that's what I always did. My mom, whatever made her happy, that was my fucking number one priority, was I never cared about myself. Never. Never. Ever. Which makes what I do now for people, I understand. Because I care about people. Even though I'm an introvert because my fucking life sucked. But what I do for people, I really do. That's why I want to make sure that fucking like that fucking book and things I do. That's why I don't fucking like. Why don't you sell shit? Why don't you always, you know? Why aren't you like promoting this and that? And no, man, no. I care that you understand that I fucking want to see you fucking kill shit. I want to see you better. So you know, when I met him, I was supportive and I sat back and looked at him. And I wanted to fucking beat this motherfucker down so bad because I knew, like, you're not a good egg, bro. You're not a good egg, man. I'm not saying, I mean, you know, I'm not saying prisoners are bad. They can be rehabilitated. But I always had these feelings about people. If I get around you, I can fucking, I may not tell you, but when you grow up the way I grow up, man, you have these ways of knowing pieces of shit. I became an expert in pieces of shit. I used to be one. My dad was one. So you can fucking pick him out. You can pick out liars and all kind of con artists from a mile away. Because, motherfucker, I studied it. Studied myself. I know who you are. So you can't come around me bullshitting me, man. Can't.
Right.
So it was horrible. It was horrible. So, you know, like the one woman I cared about more than anything in the world, because I saw her hell. I'm looking at this shit now. And now I have to go to fucking pararescue school and all this other shit while she's fucking with this guy. So there are a lot of things in my mind that just made it hard that I studied. I studied my mind during these times. I started, and this process to become who I am today, of learning life and how hard life is. That's why I don't speak about the good times. Everybody gets so mad. Why don't you speak about the good times? I don't need to help you through those, brother. I do not need to help you. You don't turn on David Goggins for the good times. You turn on David Goggins when you don't feel like doing shit.
You're an expert in dark matter.
Dark motherfucking matter. That's what I am. So, yeah, I know it really well. So it wasn't like I wished for it.
One of the things that's hilarious in the book is that you read all the shit that people write to you, all the hate. And you record it. And then you play it back.
Brother, I'm going to tell you right now, man, that started, honestly, when this fucking SEAL from SEAL Team 6 came out and started lying his fucking ass off about me.
This is an important subject. We should talk about this because your military career and what you've done is always misrepresented.
Oh, yeah.
Even by people that should know better.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they know better, but what makes people feel good, like when you become successful, and I had to realize this, and this guy made me realize this. I had to study them. When you become successful, especially within a fraternity like that, like this is a fraternity, bro. This isn't like a fucking like in the Air Force, this is a very different world. So several SEALs, I'm going to say there's a lot that would like to see me fucking a lot. They like to see a lot of people not do well and them do great.
Yeah.
And like they all know we eat our own. We eat our own. And that's what they all say. We eat our own.
Is that all SEALs?
I don't know all SEALs.
A lot of SEALs?
I can't speak that way. I know a few SEAls.
Is it just the hyper-competitive nature of the type of people that get involved?
Yeah, it's like, we have this macho stigma that, we're the best of the best. We're the baddest motherfuckers in the world. And I beg to differ. People go, I've had so many people in art, like the news. Oh my God, they contact me they want me so bad because there's been some things that came up, the Navy SEAL community. This guy died, this kid going through training died, and some Navy SEALs, I don't know the stories, they can Google it, where the fuck, I guess they killed somebody over in Iraq who has some information, some shit, so they always want to get me on so I can fuck, because they know that I was not a fan of a lot of Navy SEALs. And a lot of it is to do with the lies, some of the leadership problems, some of the character issues. And I got to see that a lot when I got out. And I'm the one to say it. I had a lot of problems myself when I was growing up. And it took a long time for me to go. So I'm not judging these people. I know where the shit comes from, man. The shit comes from shit you haven't handled. So it doesn't even bother me anymore. But when I came out in 2018, this SEAL from SEAL Team 6, it pissed Jennifer off so fucking bad. And I was cool about it. But this guy started YouTube channels saying that I was dishonorably discharged. I fucking was kicked out of the SEAL teams. I refused to fight in combat. I never went to combat. I mean, every bit of it. So the reason why in Can't Hurt Me, I have my write-up of my medal from Iraq. And I wasn't going to put that in there, but Jennifer started getting DMs from people saying, do you know, and I'm not even going to name his name. That's not who I am, dude. And I just showed you outside about that one cat.
Yeah.
I'm not going to name his name either. But I'm not going to name his name because...
How does he not know better, though? That's that was one of the things that people bring up, that you never deployed.
Right. Yep.
But why would they say that?
Why do you think, Joe? Think about it, man. Think about it. See, like this.
But that's something that's easily proven.
Exactly. But guess what? This guy had black ops. Literally, he had like YouTube channels DMing people because people like at this time I started getting a little bigger. I started getting a little more profile, and he was coming out of the SEAL teams. And I'm not gonna say his name because I'm not gonna try to take food out of his mouth. And this is one thing I learned from all of this. I was so fucking pissed, man. I was so fucking pissed I didn't deploy. I mean, the fucking lies were insane.
How many times did you deploy?
Twice. One to Guam and one to Iraq. And then what they don't talk about, though, is the reason I didn't deploy more is I had 2 heart surgeries. So I was out of the fucking teams for deploying for like 3-4 years because of the heart surgeries. Because when you get a heart surgery, you can't just go back to the point.
You were born with like holes in your heart. Right,
with a hole in my heart. And the first surgery, it didn't take, so I had to get another surgery. So that took so much time having these heart surgeries. So I was in recruiting at the time. So this kept me in recruiting. So this even added to the whole bullshit. So they were loving it. Because right now, like I said, I wasn't like the most famous SEAL within the SEAL teams. I didn't take shit, man. If shit was fucked up, I called it. There's no secret. There's no secret shit here, man. And I knew what happened when I got out, and this guy started doing this shit, and I knew why he was doing it. because the biggest thing, right, he wanted to take my character and destroy it.
Right.
That's all he wanted to do. And so when you're in these kind of communities like this, man, people are like, oh, no, there's no way he was trying to do that. Man, I wish I could get Jennifer in here right now. We have all the screenshots, and I had to get a fucking lawyer. I mean, this guy went so far, and then what happened was, over a period of time, he fucking literally apologized, went away, fucking took all this shit down. I mean, but he came out, but what happened was that rumor mill spread like wildfire.
Did he have to know? Did he have to be told about your actual record?
No, he knew it.
Never.
I deployed with him.
What?
I deployed with him in Iraq.
No.
In Iraq.
So he was just lying.
In Iraq. I deployed with him. And the only fucking, see, man, you're going to get me to the point where I say his fucking name because I swear to God. So I deployed with his ass. That's why I put the fucking write-up in there. So I got a medal over there in Iraq. I got a medal in Iraq. So I did go to war. And I put it in the book because Jennifer started getting all this shit. And she goes, you got to put that fucking award in there because this motherfucker's just lying his ass off. I didn't go to Ranger School, all this shit. So I put the Ranger School, everything he said, I put in Can't Hurt Me because he was just literally lying, trying to literally ruin who I was because I'm the world's toughest man. That doesn't sit right with some fucking alpha motherfuckers, dude. And these motherfuckers, dude, some of them, and you don't know unless you've been in a fraternity like this. Unless you've been in a fraternity like this, you don't fucking know. And I don't fucking care about them. I have some great friends in there. But anyway, the reason this guy actually helped me out. So when I came out, there's a few guys that came after me in the SEAL teams, trying to make sure that I fucking wasn't going to be who I am. And they still talk their bullshit lies. Lies. So many fucking lies, dude. And what's great about it is my proof isn't Can't Hurt Me. So everything they say, my proof isn't, and that's why it's designed that way. For the liars. But this guy came out, and what I do is I studied him. So Jennifer got a lawyer. I'm about to sue the fuck out of this fucking guy, man. Like, I had all this defamation. I mean, it was fucking I was going to sue the fuck out of him. And every night I fucking woke up, I was like, man, I started thinking about myself. When I was a piece of shit. When I had no character. When I had no pride, no dignity. That's because only people that do shit like that, you're not a man.
Right.
You're no fucking man, dude. Like, I started thinking about what kind of pussy you are, man. How you must have so many fucking demons in your life that you spend this kind of time
just trying to take another man.
Just trying to take another man. And not, it'd be different if it was truth behind it.
Right.
Lies. Fucking lies. Yeah. Just because we didn't get along, motherfucker, it don't mean I wasn't who I am. We didn't get along, motherfucker, because I'm like a lie detector. Because I'm so fucking honest with myself. I had such a hard time in my life that I fucking so forthright. When you get even near me, because you know my shit is real. It's fucking real as fuck. It makes you feel bad. If you got something going on in your fucking life, I ain't gonna open my fucking mouth. You know my shit is fucking real. Yeah, I may not have deployed as many times as you motherfucker because my heart issues and the other issues that I won't talk about because the fucking news wants me to fucking talk about this shit so bad. They want to take some SEALs down so bad. I ain't no bitch like that. Whatever happened to SEAL teams with me, it happened to SEAL teams. That's why I don't fucking mention the names. But I saw these little bitches come out here. It was in the fraternity. It happened in the fraternity. Leave it there. Don't be a fucking bitch come out here fucking spreading lies about me, motherfucker. But I studied all these little bitches who try to come out and ruin my life. Studied all of them. Like, man, what you must be going through is fucking evil. And I even took it a step further. I had to mature myself because I was so fucking mad. And I looked at his family. This guy who was talking this shit, I want to say his name so bad, but I never will. Because that's a fucking bitch move on my part. You can take food out of his family's mouth. You're going to have this guy in the courthouse. You can have him in the courtroom, spending money on lawyers. And I just dropped it. I said, I'm good. I said, I know who the fuck I am. I said, you can wake up every fucking morning being the bitch that you are. But I'm not going to fucking take money out of your pocket and money out of your mouth or out of your fucking kid's mouth.
And this guy wound up apologizing to you?
He didn't apologize to me. What happened was he got on, and I don't want to go too deep because they'll be able to figure it out. But he ended up basically saying he had a fucking, he just wasn't he wasn't right in his head. He was he wasn't good. And I can tell he wasn't good because he was literally DMing people. And I wish I had Jennifer in here, man, so she can show you the DMs. He was DMing people and talking all this shit, and then he would delete it. And this guy, so Jennifer found it, and so because this guy DM'd Jennifer, and was like, hey, do you know this guy? And I was like, yeah, I know him. And then Jennifer was like, hey, we gotta fucking shut this shit down. But he was DMing several people, just saying that I was dishonorably discharged, I was kicked out of the SEAL teams, I refused to go to combat. He just went on and on and on. And so this guy was taking screenshots of what this guy was saying and sending them to us. And so at this time, now we have a lawyer. And so we're getting all this shit, dude. And then he had a YouTube site set up that he took down, just trying to literally ruin who I was. And I looked at all this shit and I studied him. And I was like, man, and what came out later on was he did have some demons. He does have some demons.
Of course he does.
Serious demons.
That's how insane it is that the guy deployed with you.
SEAL Team 6. And these motherfuckers are supposed to be badass motherfuckers. See, this is some of the issues I had when I was in, is that when you work so hard, man, I put these motherfuckers, I could talk about last time I was on this fucking shit, on a pedestal. Half the reason I ran on broken legs, half the reason why I fucking became who I became was because of the image these guys had on me. I was so impressed with the books and the fucking and the people that they were. I was like, my God, man, I gotta be a fucking god. I gotta be a god mentally to fucking get in here. And once I got in, I discovered something different. I'm not saying everybody. I don't know everybody in the SEAL teams. But I had a problem with the fact that a lot of people lived this shit. Like a lot of the civilians, like, oh my God, the SEALs are this, the SEALs are that. You were able to run Badwater 135 because you're a Navy SEAL. And because like, no, motherfucker, that ain't why. And I always knew the shit. And I had issues with it, man. I had issues with it. So I had issues with it. A lot of people didn't like that. And then I went on to go into recruiting for a little bit. And then the heart surgeries happened. So the more I was in recruiting, the more that shit happened, they just started slowly building up lies. Slowly building up lies. And when I came out to who I was, I told Jennifer, I knew it. I said, stand by. Stand by. It's coming.
Whenever you're a person that gets what other people think is attention that they think they deserve.
Yes, sir.
That's when things get weird.
Oh, yeah. That's why they bring those fucking deployments. Because they think, oh, my God, you didn't deploy as much as me. You didn't deploy as much as me. He wasn't this. He's not known for being, for deploying and shit.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers don't care. Yeah, I have a combat deployment, and I deployed another time that we were supposed to, it was right during 9/11. We were supposed to go, and they fucking had us over in Guam. We were all pissed off. It didn't work out that way. But I got over there. And what's funny about it, this is what makes me laugh so much. There's a lot of Navy SEALs who never deployed over combat ever. Ever. And it makes me laugh because motherfuckers want to act like one combat deployment where I fought for my fucking country is bullshit. Think about that. Fought for my fucking country, did my shit, sorry it worked out the way it worked out, and that's not enough.
I think part of the problem with some of those guys is when guys are seriously alpha and they think they go above and beyond and they push harder than anybody, and then they meet you. And you're the guy that's getting up at 3:30 in the morning yelling at them while you're running. Like, I know you're sleeping. I know you're still in bed. Motherfucker, I'm out here running 10 miles before you eat breakfast.
That's half the reason I did it.
Yeah.
That's half the reason that motherfuckers go into fucking Jalisco's and shit, getting waffle breakfast and fucking bacon and eggs and shit. And that bothered me. I said, motherfucker, I got my family and everybody thinking I'm some fucking stud. And you all just got to fucking lift some weights. Y'all don't want to fucking, like I said, I was in charge of PT. And they're like, nah, this ain't Buzz Goggins. Like, man, you got a lot of motherfuckers food. This ain't everybody, 'cause I don't know every SEAL. I don't know every SEAL, but you want to run your fucking mouth about me and talk your little shit, I got my secrets too, and I won't say names because only your bitch does that. So keep on running your fucking mouths. I know all you motherfuckers.
So you start taking over PT.
Yeah, I was. So when I got back, so I went on my first deployment, and when I came back off my first deployment, I begged, put 7 chits in, 7 chits. It's like a request chit to go to Ranger School. Motherfuckers don't request to go to Ranger School. I wanted to go to Ranger School. As a SEAL, you went through buds, whatever the fuck. You don't want to go to another course to get your ass kicked. I did. So I went to Ranger School, came back, honor man. I was the enlisted honor man at Ranger School, but they say I'm a bad operator. They also say I'm a bad operator, but guess what they had my black ass when I was fucking in Iraq? I was charged, it's called PSD, okay? So you're like a bodyguard. I'm a bad operator, Joe, but guess where I was? I was the lead navigator. So I'm the eyes. So everything we did was in the car. It was my job to make sure that whole fucking platoon was safe. Okay? You're not gonna put a dumb bad operator up there who's fucking not good. It's my job to make sure I called all the outs, called all the trouble coming, had to get us there safe. We had the fucking guy who was going for the prime minister's job, who we were guarding, and they had a bad operator, what they want to call me. They want to hit his little fucking rumors. I was the guy who led it. And it was so good, I did such a good job that there was 2 of us because the job's very stressful. Being a primary navigator is stressful. So they have a primary and a secondary. So some days I would do it, some days another guy would do it. I was doing such a good job, Joe, that they didn't want the other guy to do it. So I became the only.